Okay, start this meeting. Call this meeting to order. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Okay, will the clerk please take attendance?
5 council members are present, Mr. Mayor. It is anticipated that Councilmember Duran and Tilton Burn are just running a little late.
All right. Action to approve the agenda. Entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Comments from the public on the agenda? Comments from council? Please call the roll.
Niemeyer.
Aye.
Rasmussen.
Aye.
Specker.
Aye.
Wendell.
Aye.
Avery.
Aye.
All right, we'll move on to executive session. Enter an executive session pursuant to 1-25-2.1 for the purpose of discussing the qualifications, competence, performance, character, or fitness of any public officer or employee or prospective public officer or employee. The term employee does not include any independent contractor. Entertain a motion to enter into executive session.
So move.
Second.
Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? We are in executive session. All right.
See you in a few minutes.
Okay. We'll start at item 5A. We are out of executive session. Update 3M Solventum PFAS mitigation plan. Jim Burkhart, our Solventum plant director, will present this item.
Good evening, Jim Burkhart. Yep, I'm the site director at the Solventum plant here in the town of Brookings. I'm here today to really provide an update of our ongoing sampling and assessment here of the site. Since the last time we got together, we committed to some additional testing at our site and sharing the results. We have done that throughout the year, and I'm here to present a summary tonight. Okay. So this slide shows our site kind of at the middle of the slide. The specific slide has been developed by our environmental consultant, Bar Engineering. It really shows the city's stormwater system, which is in the black lines, our plant stormwater process, kind of in the blue lines, stormwater samples that we have taken, which are designated by the blue dots. Surface water samples, which are the orange squares, and then purple dots, which are soil samples that we've taken. And you can see we've sampled extensively on our property and expanded that sampling to off-site in the vicinity of our property. So we've been working under a plan in conjunction with the South Dakota DANR, right, and have concluded the sampling, or at least have concluded the sampling up to this point of those areas I just spoke about. The results to all the data points that we took relative to soil, stormwater, surface water, and whatnot was submitted to the DANR, the City of Brookings, and BMU in November of this year. This slide here is a representation of really groundwater flow direction from our site. You can see really as throughout the investigation that the flow of water from our site is radial in nature, right? It's and that's based on really the hill that our site sits on. So in general, water flows southwest, south, and then towards the east off our site. I will say once the water flow leaves our site, right, it starts to all migrate in a southerly direction, which is the general direction of water flow or groundwater flow in the region. Our partner, Bar Engineering, has developed a plan or the next steps, which I'm going to talk about in this presentation here tonight, and that was included in the report I spoke about on the previous slide that was submitted to the state on November 14th. So this slide shows surface water samples that were taken on and off-site in the vicinity of our property as well. The white rectangles represent where those surface water samples were taken. We do have detections off-site of varying levels. I would say due to the nature of these samples and locations, you can see some are in stormwater ponds. We have the golf course and some of the quarry ponds. Relative to these surface water readings, the risk to the public is extremely low. The yellow box on this drawing or on this slide to the southwest of our property designates the highest off-site reading that we have, and it aligns with the highest readings that we've had on-site as well, which are to the southwest on our property as well as southwest of off our property. We do expect the next steps that we're taking relative to mitigation that I'm going to go through yet in this presentation are going to address those detections at the source. And again, more detailed information on these samples and whatnot beyond this slide deck and presentation are available in that report that we submitted to the state. So really, while those 5 bullets here on this slide relative to the next steps, the first 2 bullets are really addressing the highest levels that we have as far as detections and concentrations on our site property, which we believe is the source, right? So we're installing an interim stormwater treatment system near 22nd Avenue, west of our plant, but on our property. And we've also have a focused soil and sampling and removal plan in place. And on the next slide, I'll talk about where we are progressing on that process. The last 3 bullets on this slide are really go after the ongoing quarterly groundwater monitoring of existing on and off-site wells, and then submitting our annual groundwater monitoring, and then summarizing these assessments going forward. So it's really ongoing sampling, assessing next steps, and partnering with the South Dakota DANR, BMU, and the City of Brookings on the steps forward. So this slide really gets after the interim steps that we're taking to address the stormwater readings and the highest PFAS readings on our property at the source. The green shaded area on this drawing is an area of soil, and we've actually removed that area of soil. It's about 4,500 cubic yards. That soil has been taken to an off-site landfill in Rosemount, Minnesota. Our plan also calls for a berm to be installed, and actually the soil has been removed, and that berm is actually in place now. What that berm will do to the southwest of our property is it will essentially hold the stormwater, and then before the stormwater flows off-site, we will actually run that stormwater through a carbon treatment system to really purify the water before it's introduced into the stormwater system. Again, the berm is in place. We expect a fully functional system for the spring runoff, as the snow melts this spring. So that was my update. I've included on this slide and as part of the presentation that'll be attached to the website, right, links for additional information that can be found. There's also 2 contacts, one for 3M and then one for the company I work for now, Solventum, where if there's questions or whatnot or concerns from the public, those areas, somebody monitors those and will get back to people if they have information or questions. The report is published on the South Dakota DANR website. There's a link provided there, and if folks go and look at the spills website, right, a couple, right, 2 years from our previous, right, we talked about a spill at our site, and that's where the information is found as far as all the sampling. Other than that, I can answer any questions that the council may have.
Thank you, Jim. Other questions for Jim? Councilmember Specker.
Thanks, Jim, for coming and giving us an update. I do have one question about the area southwest of your land, or Solventum's land, that pond, and then along 12th Street, that also showed a fairly high amount. Are there any plans to do actual soil testing in that area?
So right now, what the plan is we're going to address at the source, right, that we talked about. I would say we just submitted our plan to the state, and we haven't had that dialogue. We've got a meeting set up with them after the first of the year, and kind of the next step will be done in conjunction with them. That wasn't part of the initial assessment from BAR, but that doesn't mean that that'll be part of the actions that'll be taken.
Okay. Thank you.
You bet.
Any other questions for Jim? I really appreciate, as transparent as you are, being on the diligence of getting to the bottom of this and solving the problem. I really appreciate that, being a good community partner.
No, we're happy to come anytime. Thank you very much.
Okay, update on Emerald Ash Borer. Kristen Zimmerman, our Parks Rec Forestry Department Director, will present this item.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. I'm Kristen. I'm the Parks, Recreation, and Forestry Director. I'm joined by Riker. He'll fill in if, I can't talk. I just wanted to give you a brief snapshot of the forestry division within the Parks and Recreation and Forestry Department. We have 4 full-time staff and 2 certified arborists. We maintain over 20,000 public trees. That's a combination of boulevard trees, trees within parks, or other public city facilities. Our budget for 2024 was just $440,000. In 2024, we were really excited to purchase an ArborJet system, which allows us to treat for emerald ash borer and Dutch elm disease. So we're able to treat some of those legacy trees, is what we call. And then I think it's also important to note that we've been a tree city since 1982. So the city of Brookings has 42 years of solid tree initiatives and policies and procedures, and planted a sufficient number of trees. And then also, I think it's really important for you all to know that we started educating the public back in 2018 with the emerald ash borer when it first was discovered in the Sioux Falls area. And our public urban forestry program began in 2021. And that's the financial incentive for our residents to plant trees. This map probably looks a little scary. Each one of those red dots represents an ash tree. You can see there's certain roads in Brookings that are completely lined with ash trees. Some of those off the top of my head are 17th and Durdall and Orchard. You get those lovely tree canopies, going over the street. Those are all ash trees. So there's going to be parts of our town that are going to be pretty impacted by the emerald ash borer. I just wanted to give you a little update. These are as of July 2nd, 2024, we have emerald ash borer in the city of Brookings. And then this year, we've planted or transplanted over 340 trees. We've removed 2,300 trees. I know that sounds like a lot. The majority of them were at the shelter belt between Sylventum and the Edgebrook Golf Course. In that shelter belt, that was 1,500 ash trees. And then the McClemens Park area, that was about 650 ash trees. That was a conservative estimate for both of those numbers. We also had tree trimming projects you can see to the right, where we focused on areas throughout town. And then we've also started tree treatments. So those will allow us to keep those trees, those larger trees, for years to come. Just so you are aware, if we treat something for emerald ash borer, like an ash tree, it does have to be retreated every 2 to 3 years, depending on what chemical is used. Ours is 3 years, but I just want to be transparent as much as possible. A lot of what we're doing right now is educating the public on what our next steps are moving into 2025. We are removing ash trees in and around Arrowhead Park. We're working with the Public Works Department. They're doing some stormwater projects. With that, we're needing to replace that trail, so it's all going to work in conjunction. But that means we're needing to remove some of those ash trees. And then we're going to continue the tree work between 7th Avenue South and Madera Avenue, just south of the Pheasant Run neighborhood or road. All of those neighbors have been notified of the work being done. We're trying to be as open and honest as possible. So for 2025, and residents in this area will become very well aware of our forestry department very soon. We are focusing on Zone 4. That is the area that we've noticed the most emerald ash borer activity. So that's the area that we're starting with first. The city's divided into 6 zones for our forestry department, and each year we'll attack a different zone. This is the one we're going to start with because of the because it's there. Our philosophy is not to go in and completely clear cut a neighborhood, because as you can see, especially along like Dirtle and Orchard and that little arm of 17th where it starts to go a little to the northeast, those are a lot of ash trees. So Riker, would you like to explain how we pick ash trees?
Yeah, I just want to touch base on that. Like she said, we'll obviously try and prevent as much as a clear cut as possible. When we go through and mark them, we'll kind of look at the canopy, if there's any dieback within the canopy and the growth habit that they have. We'll also take consideration of any private trees that are desirable, such as lindens, locusts, any of those desirable trees. If they're hindering any of the growth of those private trees, we'll knock that ash out, let that tree grow back up, get some sunlight in there. Any other like tears within the crotches or any basal like decay, any like abiotic factors like mowers or string trimmers, not really worth treating those. They don't have a good uptake for the chemical. That's kind of our main look on trees, I guess. And obviously we try to want to save as many as possible. Like our goal is like 1 in 4, just prevent that clear cut. And these treatments are pretty much mitigating canopy loss in town, getting some smaller trees growing back up, just to prevent that clear cut and kind of shock the homeowners and everyone else. So.
Okay, so our planned focus for 2025 is forestry crews will be focusing on that neighborhood that was just highlighted, or that area that was just highlighted on the slide before. We'll be removing ash trees, treating a few select ash trees, and of course, notification of all the homeowners that have impacted trees. After the first of the year, we'll also be unveiling a GIS interactive map so that people can look at any time at their property and see what's up with their tree, if that's planned to be removed or treated, or if they would like to treat it. They can contact our office and we'll be able to track that too. So that's kind of fun. So that's been a partnership between the community development and parks. I just want to give you an update on the urban forestry program for 2025. We're changing it up a little bit. Per the approved budget for 2025, we have $25,000 allocated for resident incentives. We are recommending that a $100 credit be available for people that plant a tree, an additional $25 if they plant it in their front yard. That's an added benefit because that reduces the number of boulevard trees, which is less maintenance on our crews. But we also would like to offer a $50 incentive to homeowners that would like to treat their ash trees. Knowing that that's typically a temporary fix, and you would have to retreat the ash trees. So that means a maximum credit per address would be $175. So each homeowner would be available to have one ash tree treated for the credit. I mean, they can treat as many as they want, but they'll only get credit for one. I also think it's really important that what residents should do. Within the next 5 years, close to 80% of ash trees will be dead or removed. Treatment plan for removal of all your ash trees on your property should be planned for. You should contact a local certified arborist for any removals and a certified pest applicator for all treatments. Just so everybody's aware, ash trees should only be removed between Labor Day and Memorial Day. That's due to the bugs hibernating in the tree when it's really cold. If you cut them down between Memorial Day and Labor Day, they're more likely to move to the next tree when the tree is cut down. And then I want to make sure we talk to our neighbors, encourage people to plant a diverse species, so in 30 years from now, Brookings isn't having to face this. No more than 10% of a tree should be planted in any neighborhood. So spread out and get all the trees planted that you want, but make sure they're all different. And And then I also wanted to provide some additional resources. So South Dakota Department of Agricultural and Natural Resources is a great website. We have links directly from the City of Brookings forestry page. And then in our admin office, we have tree lists. So if you're looking for what kinds of trees to plant where, we have lists, and it's categorized by like fall color, tree size, all of those sort of criteria that you may want, we have available. So we're just a phone call away or an email. Please feel free to reach out if anybody has any questions.
All right. Questions for Kristen? Councilmember Tilton Burn?
Thank you, Mayor. I was curious on your map, some of the dots were different colors. Does that mean something different?
Yeah, the red dots are ash trees that are untreated. The green are treated ash trees, I believe. So there's a few that are treated.
Yeah, we just didn't get enough time because you like to treat within the growing season from spring to fall, and we just didn't have much time. Once we got that first EAB kind of confirmed on Deerdahl there, it was just too late in the year to get an efficient uptake in the trees. So we'll start that in spring here of 2025 and start getting going on those.
And do the black dots indicate anything?
I believe those are removals.
Yep.
On those. So we've been going for the last 2 or 3 years, just kind of being proactive on removals, kind of courtesy knock on the homeowner. You know, do you want your tree removed? If so, we'll get you on the replant list. You know, the sooner the better for that stuff, so.
And remind me, with emerald ash borer, it really only impacts ash trees, true ash trees. Something like a mountain ash tree would not be impacted
Yeah, mountain
by
ash
this.
is not an ash, just these are native ashes here, so.
Thank you.
Councilmember Specker?
Thanks, and I'm glad to see some of the forestry money going towards this. One question I have is if a homeowner is interested in keeping the ash tree that's on the boulevard in front of their house, can they use that $50 for a city tree then?
Yeah, they could use, if they pay for the tree, if it was an ash tree we were planning to take down and they wanted to keep that ash tree, they could use that $50 credit for that treatment of that tree.
Okay,
We
thank you.
just would not treat the tree, a separate entity.
You wouldn't,
We wouldn't treat the tree, they would have to contract that out.
okay.
But we'll track all of that. Does
Is
that
it
make sense?
possible to put on the website who treats, which companies treat, or is that not a good thing for the city to do?
We would just encourage everybody to look for a certified pest applicator. We can't give out a list per se.
Okay, thank you.
Can you kind of explain the treatment? Is it a one-time thing, or is it something that you'll have to do on an annual basis? Or, I guess I'd be interested to see if it's worthwhile.
Yeah, so our treatments are on a 3-year rotation, so those will last up to 3 years. We use R10 chemical. We'll drill holes, shallow holes along the base of the tree, within like probably an inch into the cambium layer, and we'll insert plugs in there, and our ArborJet inserts an exact amount of chemical around the tree, and then it uptakes into the canopy, and within that day, it already has the chemical within the canopy. But yeah, those treatments, they last up to 3 years. If they want their tree treated again, that 3-year rotation, just have to keep that in mind. We have little tags. It'll say they're color coded for each year. We'll mark those trees with those tags, and we'll just keep track of which year is coming up, need to get retreated, and just be in contact with homeowners on that deal.
So then the treatment, how does it work? Is it just make the tree taste bad for the ash borer?
I mean, the chemical, they eat on the cambium layer within the bark, and they eat that, and it just kills them.
So it is a
Yeah, so that
pesticide?
chemical is within that cambium layer at all times. They eat that, and then they die, so,
Okay.
yep.
Councilmember Rasmussen?
Thank you. Also had a question about the treatment.
Yeah.
Just curious, what factors go into deciding if a tree's going to get treated or cut down? And then also, do you have an estimate on like what the year or what the cost is to treat per tree?
So the cost per tree is based on the size. So they take the diameter at chest height, I believe.
Yep.
And then it ranges anywhere from a few $100s to several $100s. So of course, your larger trees are going to cost a little bit more. But that's why it's really important that residents work with a certified pest applicator. There's going to be companies that come out that say that they can pour chemicals on the ground that will treat for emerald ash borer, and that is found not to be effective. So it's really, the injectables are what is recommended by everybody. So it's that, but the cost varies, and it's dependent on the size of the tree. Cutting down a tree is pretty significant cost to cutting down a tree. And a lot of it depends on location and if there's a fence and if they can just drop it. I will say if residents or anybody decides not to do anything and that tree dies, the cost of removing that tree skyrockets because it's a lot more dangerous for the people to cut down the trees. They have to tie it, I don't know what the technical term is, but you have to tie it up and like do it in stages. And it can kick out and kill people. So that's why the cost is so much higher. So that's why we're really trying to encourage people to come up with an action plan now rather than later.
And some of those factors that we take in on when we decide, I mean, it all depends on the homeowner if they want to spend their own money, if they want to treat their own trees. But when we look at trees on the street, see if they're crowded, just the overall condition of the tree, like Deerdall, for instance, the canopies on those trees, they have a lot of dieback. There's probably less than half of the branches that are actually living within the canopy. Some of those probably aren't worth treating. Other things, like I mentioned, those abiotic factors on the basal root. It's all depending on the root flare. You need good root flares for uptake on the chemical. If you have scars and decay, it won't uptake the chemical, so there's no use even treating it. So that's a big factor in that. Any splits or tears, it's just an ugly tree and it's just not worth saving. So that's kind of the factors that we take in for those. And if they're crowding those private trees, for homeowners, take them out. Let the private trees grow up. So.
Councilmember Tilton Burn.
I'm curious to know a little bit about the chemical that's used and whether or not there should be any considerations or concerns of property owners, especially if they have pets or children, either when the chemical is injected or even when the leaves fall.
Yep, so all of that is, so we have plastic plugs that are inserted into the bark. So all of that chemical is within the tree. There's no way of actually being in contact with it. Even ourselves, it's within the vial of the ArborJet. Goes straight into the tree, no contact. Up into the cambium, I don't believe that they go on the leaves. Don't quote me on that. I'm not sure on that exactly, but there's none of that that's being hazardous for any of the homeowners. So
We can follow up with some technical information about the leaves and stuff, but it's from what I've read, it hasn't been an issue. It stays within that cambium layer of the tree. The only risk is when our staff are taking it from the chemical bottle into the ArborJet.
Paul's got a comment.
Kristen, I believe earlier this year we were talking about potentially certifying arborists. And my assumption is we could probably make that list available.
Yep.
And I would like us to reconsider the idea of making the list of those that can apply, do application as well. Maybe we could talk further offline about that.
Yep.
And then maybe follow back up with council.
Yeah, we did meet with all the arbor companies. We had an open house kind of thing, so we talked about emerald ash borer and what our plan of action was, and they were all supportive of that, so we have something drafted.
Councilmember Duran.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to note appreciation of the creation of the GIS tracking and interactive map. That sounds really interesting. You had mentioned that no more than 10% of a tree should be planted in a neighborhood. Are there thoughts on expanding the GIS map to include more trees than just the emerald ash borer after this project so that community members could see what the makeup of trees are around them so they could make better educated choices around the trees to plant?
Yep, right now our priority was ash trees. We have worked with other public entities to get their tree inventories, and they're all being worked on a map. So yeah, that's in the near future.
Thank you. Yes, I understand the prioritization, but I'm curious to see how we could use that utilization of technology more. So I'm excited to hear that you've considered that.
Yep.
Thank you.
Just touch base on that. We actually have a database right now within the forestry company. All of our trees have species, size, everything is basically recorded when you plant a tree. So we have all of our varieties that are all recorded, so they just need to be put up in this database. So everything was ready in preparation for that, so.
Thank you.
Another comment, Paul?
Yeah, I would just like to comment, Riker is one of 4 foresters that we have in our department taking care of these 20,000 trees. So thank you for your service. Also, we have Al that's going to be retiring at the end of this month as well. Al Cruz, he's putting in quite a few years of service to our community. So thank you and the employees for taking care of these trees. I know it's going to impact our community over the next 8 years, and would ask that you continue to be safe out there. This is a very dangerous career that these individuals have. And once again, when they're dead, the trees are dead, it's very difficult to take them down. So thank you for your service.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions, comments? All right. Kristen, we'll just move right on since you're right there for the
All right.
Brookings Inclusive Play Project.
Thank you, Mayor and members of council. I just wanted to give you a brief update on the Brookings Inclusive Play Project. Just a project overview. Just a quick reminder, it includes an 11,000 square foot playground, splash pads, restroom in phase 1, and then future phases include potentially a mini futsal court, which is that square in the northwest corner, and then some outdoor fitness equipment, and then of course trail connectivity through the neighborhood and our Allen Fredericks trail system. Phase 1 includes the playground, splash pad, and restrooms. Here's a rendering of the playground. It's planned for the Fishback Soccer Complex. It's designed to be all-inclusive so that people of all abilities can play together. And it is soccer themed, so it's meant to look like Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, but soccer style, which is, I think, really fun. And it's part of place-based recreation so that all the play spaces look a little different so that the neighborhood takes more ownership over those unique play spaces. Future phases include a mini pitch, which is a concrete futsal court, so it's a small pitch that they can play soccer on. Fitness equipment, some electronic playground equipment, which you can see in the slide. It's again like Connect 4 with a soccer ball, but it's to get those teens and older kids more active and out in their parks when they're too cool for a playground. And then shelters and pavilions, and of course trail connectivity. Fundraising progress, I just wanted to give you guys a little update on our fundraising progress. We've had a lot of interest within our community. However, there has been very limited, like, people ready to write the check to us, which is fine. So we have a fundraising catalog, which it was, the sponsorship catalog was attached as one of the attachments within the item packet. And we have those available in our admin office, and we bring those when we talk to different community groups and businesses. We basically just had the initial introduction of the project. We are constantly applying for grants for inclusive play projects and programming, because there's that programming component that comes in after. We've had about $20,000 committed on top of the $900,000 that have been committed through City Council CIP funds. So for phase 1, we're about $803,000 still left to be raised, which is pretty significant. We have some grants out there right now, but again, we're asking for community support and helping make those connections. In phase 2, we are about $800,000 short again. So we're about $1.6 million for the entire project. We have some grants pending through Musco, which is that mini pitch program. It's actually a really cool thing that we could flood in the winter and we would have ice skating there and then soccer in the summer. So I think it's important to also have a call to action. We get a lot of people that want to be a part of it. We're always asking volunteers for people to volunteer for the project, help us get the word out, make those connections. I'm still kind of new to Brookings, so making those connections is really nice. And then also helping us spread the word about the project. It's not just for kids with special needs, it's grandparents that want to be active with their grandchildren, or, some people, some adults may have a newly discovered challenge that they have to go out and be active in the park, and that's great. But then we also have recognition opportunities for businesses and organizations through that sponsorship. So it's all outlined in that guide, so I would encourage all of you to take a look at it. Our total project cost is $2.7 million, and our funding gap for all phases is about 1.6. If anybody from the public or if you all have questions, feel free to reach out to me, and there's my email. That's going to be probably the easiest way to for the public to get a hold of me. Do you guys have any questions?
Questions for Kristen? Councilmember Wendell.
Thank you, Mayor. Kristen, I was curious, as you think about your 2025 fundraising plan, do you think there would be value in identifying maybe some community champions or folks that could perhaps take the lead in some of that fundraising work with you?
I would absolutely love that. And if there's somebody out there that would like to be that champion or have that story and those heartstrings, have them reach out to me or call the office, and I'm more than happy to engage them to help champion that project.
As you think about champions, do you think that there's an intentional role for the park board to play in that process, in addition to potentially a fundraising champion?
Yep, the park board has helped make some of those connections. They're working hard to make some more.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Councilmember Duran.
Thank you, Mayor. Kristen, is there a deadline for when you need the funds in the bank for phase 1 or for phase 2?
No, there's no deadline.
Okay. And then my second question is, when we had the previous study session introducing this with the organization that we got assistance with, the consultant, I know that we had talked about fundraising and sponsorship efforts, and I believe the door was open for them to have some resources available, if I remember correctly. Can you remind me of what assistance or resources they can provide in acquiring sponsorships or fundraising?
Yeah, so they've ran a report on our different foundations within the state of South Dakota and which ones we would be eligible for grant funds through. They also assisted us with putting together the sponsorship catalog. And then they also have those partnerships with those nationwide companies that we can pull in with their grant applications that typically open after the first of the year.
Sure. Is that partnership continuing, or has that, okay, I just wondered.
Yes,
Thank you.
it is continuing.
Okay, thanks.
All right. Thanks, Kristen.
Thanks.
Open forum, is there any member of the public who wishes to address the council on any item not listed on tonight's agenda? We'll move on to consent agenda. Are there any items to be removed from the consent agenda? Entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Is there any public comments on any items? Okay. Council questions, comments? Please call the roll.
Niemeyer.
Aye.
Rasmussen.
Aye.
Specker.
Aye.
Tiltonburn.
Aye.
Wendell.
Aye.
Avery.
Aye.
Doran.
Aye.
All right, motion passes. Sit back and enjoy. It's going to be a little bit here. I got to present the State of the City address. This evening, I'm privileged to present the State of the City address. In the interest of time, I will be able to highlight just a few of the city's many recent and outstanding accomplishments. In January, staff will unveil a new online dashboard where citizens can easily view the council's strategic plan and its progress. Lasting gains require long-term vision as outlined in our 2021 to 2026 strategic plan. The plan contains 5 strategic areas identified by council. They are fiscal responsibility, providing a safe, inclusive, connected community, service and innovation excellence, sustainability, and economic growth. Council selected these areas and identified goals to provide guidance to the city manager and staff as they carry out the day-to-day work of the city. The plan also ensures progression of council's vision for the Brookings to be a community.
I just want to make sure someone's progressing the slides.
Okay. To be a community where all can bring their dreams. While the accomplishments discussed may vary, I guarantee that you all took countless staff hours, community discussions, and volunteer efforts to accomplish. It is because this organization's staff and leadership that I am able and proud to share this report. Physical responsibility is the first strategic area. The City of Brookings will responsibly manage resources through transparency, efficiency, equity, and exceptional customer service. We take the strategic areas seriously. The attention of Council's efforts to fiscal responsibility is a commitment to the future of Brookings and its quality of life. Some highlights I'll call to attention are the new budget software purchased and implemented in 2024. The software optimizes the budgeting process. The software has already created efficiencies, as Finance Director Ashley Wrench demonstrated to Council a few weeks ago. The procurement policy. This policy and guidebook were developed and implemented this year to create efficiencies and ensure compliance with government regulations. Tax increment financing. The city took a comprehensive review of our tax increment finance TIF policy. State and regional peer communities were engaged to learn best practices. The revised TIF policy includes opportunities to address a community need, the addition of a triple bottom line requirement of impact for equity, environment, and economy, and the requirement of developer equity, increased fee, performance requirements, and more. Energy savings performance contract, Council approved this in this July. If you recall, the $3.1 million contract would provide extensive energy and cost savings through capital equipment, upgrades and improvements at city facilities. This work includes exterior and interior lighting projects, HVAC upgrades, and window replacements. Together, these projects are expected to reduce the city's carbon footprint by 15%, so it's a win-win for everyone. Stewardship of public infrastructure. In line with the energy savings contract, the city continues its commitment to be good stewards of our facilities. A few examples are the library window replacement project, which was completed in November. The Larson Ice Center upgraded the original rubber flooring in the main level entrance to include the lobby, skate room, restrooms, and Brookings Dental Clinic rink entrance. The skate room also received new shelving for improved storage of skates. The Brookings Activity Center removed carpeting from a portion of the building and replaced it with an epoxy floor that better serves the area. This portion of the building also received updated paint, new wainscoting, and window coverings. The city partnered with the county to upgrade the audio-visual equipment here in our chambers. I've noticed the improvement, and I hope our listeners at home also have. Financial reporting. The city has no material weaknesses reported in the 2023 annual financial audit, and our financial statements were submitted to the Government Finance Officers Association for the Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting. The city has a long history of earning this award each year. Financial position. Last but not least, I believe we are in a great financial position for many opportunities the community will realize in 2025. First and second penny sales tax were both projected to grow by approximately $500,000 or 5%, and the 3B and pillow tax revenue remains strong. The next area is the development of a safe, inclusive, and connected community. The City of Brookings will create an environment for inclusive programs, gathering places, and events where the community can safely live and work and come together to participate in opportunities for learning, recreation, and enjoyment. We've had so many great achievements in the area, so I have a tough time narrowing down the highlights. A lot of heavy lifting was done by council and staff to make these initiatives a reality. The first is workforce housing. In 2022, the city and Brookings County partnered with the Brookings Economic Development Corporation to conduct a housing study. For our community to thrive, we need to be more available. For our community to thrive, we needed more available and affordable housing. To help meet the workforce housing challenges, city staff and council adopted a forward-thinking approach that included strategic code changes to allow for flexibility, reduce costs, and ensure neighborhood development. By embracing an open mind to housing, we are maximizing available land, allowing reduced parking, and encouraging natural landscaping. We also are evaluating street sizes, height allowances, and setback reductions while making sure neighborhoods are positively impacted with proper design. These code changes have occurred over the past few years, encouraging alternative housing and opportunities to reduce development costs. One of our goals is to provide workforce and affordable housing options that cost less than the current South Dakota first-time buyer limit, which is $385,000. The city has partnered with local developers who have used state programs, tax increment financing, and innovative city code changes to provide housing options, some of which started as low as $180,000. The number of income-qualified rental options has also increased. This important work has been a result of several workforce housing projects throughout the city. These include Edgebrook Townhomes, Trails Head, Pheasant's Nest condos, and most recently Branch Creek near the Fishback Soccer Complex. We're committed to making Brookings an inclusive and thriving community. We appreciate our community partners and developers who are working to make the dream of home ownership a reality for those who choose to call Brookings home. Next up is the Hillcrest Pickle Courts Complex. In case you haven't heard, pickleball is one of the fastest growing sports in North America and maybe in Brookings also. A need for pickleball courts was identified in the city's 2021 Parks and Recreation Master Plan. Plans started to pick up speed after the city received a $75,000 grant from the Wellmark Foundation in early 2022. Generous support from the Wellmark Foundation, the Land and Water Conservation Fund, and private donors supplemented the city's budget to make the lighted 8-court pickleball complex at Hillcrest Park a reality. The total project cost was $750,000. Planning started in 2022, construction started in 2024, and in September of 19th of this last year, pickleball enthusiasts of all ages helped celebrate the opening of a ribbon-cutting ceremony. The Hillcrest pickleball courts provide an accessible recreational activity for people of all ages and promote community engagement. It's one more example of how the city lives out its mission to provide a high-quality life through exceptional services and proactive solutions. Thank you all who all helped bring this project to life. We also celebrated the Pioneer Bandshell restoration, constructed in 1936 with funding from the Works Progress Administration and the Public Park Bandshell, which is on the National Register of Historic Places. Needed a facelift at a cost of $235,000. Council approved the restoration project in January, and it was completed in a celebration on July 7th. Community Service Officer Unit. The Brookings Police Department has expanded its CSO unit to cover more than animal control. The CSOs also help with traffic control, parking, security, and community outreach. Most recently, code enforcement transitioned to the CSO unit from community development. The ultimate goal of code enforcement work ties into the work of our CSOs and their community policing to provide a high-quality life for residents and visitors by ensuring a safe and healthy environment. The Brookings Activity Center, I'm happy to report membership and programming at the Activity Center continue to increase. In fact, membership tripled between May 2023 and December of 2023 alone. Today, the center boasts a membership of 362. Why, might you ask? Because the City Council and staff recognize the value of our town's growing senior population and how an active senior center can benefit them. We put in money where our mouth was and hired the first full-time supervisor for the Activity Center in 2023. Angie Strophus started in May 2023, quickly added more programming activities. In the summer, we added a part-time recreational specialist to help with Angie. In the interest of transparency, that person is my daughter, Carmen, and by the sounds of it, she's doing a grand job. The Activity Center offers a vibrant, welcoming, and gathering place and an array of activities for people ages 55 and older to engage, connect, and thrive. All of that for only $45 an annual membership. Parks and trails enhancements, public improvement projects have been finished and are underway at city parks and trails. These projects enhance our outdoor recreation spaces, make them more accessible and enjoyable for everyone to use. Some of the projects are a new trail at Sexar Park, which will connect Western Avenue to 11th Street, making it easier to explore and enjoy the park. Addition of an accessible path at Pioneer Park leading to the shelter so that everyone can enjoy that space. Upgrades to existing trails at the Dakota Nature Park for a smoother, safer experience. There were new planks on the bridge along the shared use path at South Madeira Avenue near the Fishback Soccer Complex to make the bridge safer. Completion of the Prairie Hills Trail System extends our recreational trail system to Main Avenue South and connects to the Prairie Hills development. Funding was provided by the Recreational Trails Grant Program in the form of an 80-20 match. A new playground for ages 2 to 5 and surfacing was installed at Camelot Park. McClemens Park received a new basketball court surface this summer and after having received playground equipment last summer. The third focus area is service, innovation, and excellence. The City of Brookings will provide an accessible environment committed to ongoing innovation and outstanding service through listening and engagement. Our city staff excel in service and innovation. They live it daily because they truly believe that what we are is bigger than us. I could give examples of the million different ways the staff live this on a daily basis, but I'll have a time limit. So for now, I'm going to highlight 3 items. The City Charter Review in June, Council named 11 residents in the Charter Review Commission. Their task was to thoroughly review the city charter and recommend revisions to the Council. The group's recommended updates were presented to Council in November. After some fine-tuning, the proposed revisions will be put to a vote of the people in the city's April 2025 election. Why is this important? The Charter is a legal document that serves as the city's constitution and outlines the structure, powers, and responsibilities of local government. It is written and adopted by our citizens. Our city charter was established in 2002, was last updated in 2006. Best practice is to review the charter every 10 years. We're a little bit behind. Stay tuned for opportunities to learn more about the proposed charter revisions early in the next year before the April election. City Council policies. In 2019, a thorough review began of all City Council policies approved over the past 20 years. The Council updated several policies in 2023 and in August 2024. The Council approved the remaining updated policies. In 2024, Council approved the remaining updated policies. This review ensures policies are consistent with the current policies, Council's priorities, and the City of Brookings today. It is critical that policies be reviewed annually going forward. The policy book can be found under the City Council tab in the city's website. High-performing organization training. During late 2023 and early 2024, all full-time employees participated in a new training program called HPO for short. The training was designed to help employees embrace a culture of communication, collaboration, and continuous improvement. The city is committed to training opportunities to help individuals and the organization become better so that they can continue and provide high-quality life for our residents. The fourth area is sustainability. The City of Brookings will meet environmental, community, and economic desires and needs without compromising future generations' quality of life by strategically planning, implementing, and maintaining infrastructure and facilities. We've had a lot of major accomplishments that have required long-range planning in this area also. I selected a few to highlight. The Master Drainage Plan approved by Council in August 2024. This is an update to the 2008 plan. It was created over a 3-year period starting in August 2021. The process involved community engagement and an in-depth analysis of our existing stormwater infrastructure. The plan identifies key projects to reduce the potential of property damage due to flooding. plus recommendations to improve stormwater standards, maintenance, and changes to the drainage fee to make it more equitable. This plan will guide management to the city's stormwater system over the next 10 years. 6 Mile Creek feasibility study. The 6 Mile Creek winds through the western part of Brookings. During high flow periods, it has the potential to impact more than 240 structures. The goal of this study was to develop potential project alternatives that will reduce future losses to structures and public infrastructure along the 6 Mile Creek corridor in Brookings. After significant community engagement, the study was presented to Council in September of 2024. Funding for the study was provided by the State of South Dakota Hazard Mitigation Grant Program and the City of Brookings. Staff is currently working with our consultants and FEMA to further redefine project alternatives and determine potential funding sources as well as maintenance work that can be accomplished along this corridor. The Solid Waste Master Plan. This project also involved community engagement sessions in addition to analysis of the city's current solid waste management. This is the city's first solid waste master plan. Since Council approved the plan in 2023, work was been underway to implement the recommendations. That work includes the design and construction of a leachate force main pipeline from the landfill to the city's sanitary sewer system, replacement of a collections truck in coordination with SDS students on a route optimization study to determine the route efficiencies for all solid waste and recycling collections within the city. Focus on public education. You may not have read recent social media posts about the do's and don'ts of recycling. You've likely noticed the 2 collection trucks wrapped with fun messages to encourage the recycling. Work to carry out the recommendations will also continue into the next year. The Emerald Ash Borer Management Plan in 2024, the state confirmed Emerald Ash Borer Plan in Brookings County. Emerald Ash Borer was an invasive boring beetle that feeds on ash trees and kills the trees if not treated. Our Forestry Division has wasted no time in fully implementing this in its EAB management plan. The forestry crews have already been proactively removing weaker canopy ash trees from city-owned property since 2018. When the pest was first detected in South Dakota, over the past 6 months, crews have treated some ash trees and removed many others to help prevent the spread. They removed more than 1,500 trees between Solventum and the Edgebrook Golf Course alone. In addition, staff will held a meeting for area tree service companies. They also released press releases, social media posts, public meetings to inform citizens about the pest and steps they could take. More work and education will be forthcoming in 2025. With that being said, our forestry team of only 4 is responsible for monitoring and maintaining approximately 40,000 trees. About 10% of those are ash trees. The Forestry Division uses software to track tree types and locations in city property, including the boulevards. The Urban Forest Initiative related to the Ash Borer Response Plan, the city has offered the incentive program since 2021. The rebate program is intended to encourage residents to plant trees at little or no cost to protect our beautiful tree canopy. The city's investment in this popular program has grown from $10,000 at the start to $30,000 in 2024. Since the program, 634 trees have been planted. This program is going to be more important than ever when we deal with tree loss due to the ash borer. Stay tuned for the 2025 program details. The Stormwater Initiative Program, the city and the Sustainability Council partnered this year in an incentive program to help residents manage stormwater. People were able to buy rain barrels and or native plants at discontinued costs or discounted costs. Stormwater Incentive Program was a recommendation from the recently accepted 2024 Master Drainage Plan. The program is designed to help improve stormwater quality, plus educate the public in actions that they can take to help the city manage the stormwater. Together, the rain barrels and native plants help decrease the amount of stormwater runoff and improve its quality. The pilot program was a great success. The 40 vouchers for native plants were quickly snapped up, and all 100 barrel discounts were spoken for. I suspect the program will be back popular demand in 2025. The final strategic area is a commitment to economic growth. The City of Brookings will support an effective, diversified community investment and equitable opportunities for prosperity. So were these once-in-a-generation projects. They required thoughtful consideration, healthy debate, and bold decisions made with confidence in the future of Brookings. Our community continues to grow. People continue to choose to live in and work in Brookings, and businesses continue to invest here. To date, our single-family housing units were up 64% over the 2023 total. Also to date, our commercial building permits, including new construction, remodels, and additions, has surpassed 2023 permit numbers. While we do not yet have total building valuations for 2024 or 2023, commercial building valuations increased 617% over 2022 commercial valuations. All this is to say that we continue to progress as a community. The economic growth highlights include the Brookings Community Economic Development Master Plan. Since Council approved this plan in 2023 of January, staff has been collaborating with our economic development partners to implement it. Considerable work has been done on the plan's 7 main goals. The master plan, along with its progress, can be found under the City Manager tab in the city's website. The Downtown Brookings Master Plan in October. The Council approved the Downtown Brookings Master Plan. This action followed a year of work for public engagement sessions, more than 2,000 online participants, and countless conversations. Thank you. Council believes a healthy, vibrant, attractive, safe downtown is a reflection of the health of our community. The plan is a book of ideas for ways to nurture and enhance downtown Brookings. We're excited to see what can be done with downtown Brookings. The I-29 and 20th Street South interchange, completed in late July of 2023, is a once-in-a-lifetime project, quickly spurred economic development along 20th Street South and continues to do so. In addition to several professional services and offices, we expect our first Quick Start gas station and convenience store to open before year's end. A Starbucks will soon follow after that, and with more development already slated. This project is a perfect example of what can be accomplished through public-private partnerships. Funding for this project came from the City of Brookings, Brookings County, the federal government, and private sources. I applaud our development review team for all the work they do to ensure that our zoning designations and more meet the need of our growing community. The Solventum Development Agreement, approved by Council on December 10. This agreement facilitates the plant's $220 million expansion. Whether you've driven down 22nd Avenue South or I-29 south of town, I'm sure you've noticed the massive expansion and happening at the plant. This expansion is about 5 times larger than the plant's last expansion in 2015. It includes 16 additional shipping docks, an 8,000 square foot warehouse, plus 200,000 square feet of manufacturing space, laboratory, and office spaces. For those who don't know, 3M broke ground in Brookings in 1969. Since then, the plant has grown over 300%. This expansion was announced in July of 2023 before 3M spun off its healthcare business and named it Solventum. Brookings is the largest manufacturing site for the entire company. This plant alone employs nearly 1,200 people and manufactures more than 1,700 products. I think it's important to note that the company chose to expand its healthcare business in Brookings after considering a number of other U.S. and international locations. They chose Brookings because of the strong support it has received from the community and the city over the years. Solventum is investing $220 million in this expansion that will drive about a 4% increase in jobs, $16 million in regional revenue, and an estimated $80,000 increase in annual taxes, right? Yeah. Solventum is just like 3M before. It was a vital part of our economic engine in this community. That's why it's imperative to the city to enter into this development agreement. As part of the tax increment finance provisions, the city will realize $3.5 million in sales tax and TIF revenue over the next few years. The city is proud to support the Solventum's growth and sustainability in our community. It's another wonderful example of how Brookings is moving forward. Last but certainly not least is the Brookings Marketplace property. Over the past 2 years, the city has worked diligently to secure development in this 26-acre site north of 6th Street and east of I-29. Development of the 18.53 acres is proceeding with Ryan Companies of Minneapolis. On November 12th, Council approved the development agreement with Ryan Companies along with the Tax Increment Finance District and Economic Development Grant. The regional shopping center will include an Aldi grocery store, a convenience store, and a soon-to-be-named big box retailer. Construction is expected to start in spring 2025 and stretch into 2026. This is a welcome thing because I remember voting for buying that property in 2013. It's been a long time coming. The Brookings Marketplace Development Project represents an investment in the Brookings community with the potential for significant economic, social, and quality of life enhancements. I look forward to the day that we can announce the big box retailer. Direct sales tax revenue is estimated to run from $1.1 million to $1.5 million each year, which will have a positive impact on the city's annual budget. As a reminder, sales tax revenue comprises of 45% of the city's annual budget. The city uses sales tax revenue to fund services and programs to benefit our residents. These include parks and recreation, public works, and public safety. In closing, it's been my honor to present the State of the City address. I'm proud to be the mayor of which I consider the best city in the state of South Dakota. Our successful progression in these items are attributed to our dedicated city leadership and employees, our citizens, volunteers, and their commitment to our community, and to the City Council's vision and mission that guides our strategic plan and decisions in daily work. The difficult decisions and hard work that we do today will help create a more inclusive, prosperous tomorrow. Let's continue to work together for a brighter Brookings. Thank you. Okay, open forum is, we already went past it, went to consent agenda. All right, we'll move on to contracts and change orders. Item 9A, action on a legal services agreement with Steve Britzman, attorney at law. Paul Brasino, our city manager, will present this item.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council members. This item renews the appointment for the city attorney with an agreement for 2025. There is a projected 4.5% increase in the rate, which is in line with the budgeted increases for next year. The agreement contemplates attorney services at 50 hours per month, but there is an allowance for an increase of an hourly rate for any hours after 50 hours. The rate is within market and reasonable. As city manager, it's been a privilege working with Steve this past year. We've had record year of development, and which truly tested our abilities, and I'm just thankful that we had Steve present to assist through that effort. With that, I'd recommend council approve the agreement appointment for Steve for attorney services for 2025 as presented.
Thank you, Paul. Entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Is there any public comment on this item? Council, any questions, comments? Councilmember Wendell.
Thank you, Mayor. I would just echo the sentiments that Paul just shared. Each year I've served on the council, I think, has introduced some interesting and surprising challenges from a legal perspective, and this year was no different. There were a number of items that forced us as a council to stretch and explore different avenues we might take, and much of that was guided by the legal expertise that Steve was able to provide. So certainly want to extend appreciation, but also just acknowledge a fine year of work.
Councilmember Durham.
Councilmember Wendell said it much better than I could, so I'll just express my appreciation for all of the work that you've done.
All right. Anybody from the left? My left side, let's go that way. I do have to personally comment, Steve, it's been an interesting road this year. We've had some bumps in the road, and I think we've dealt with them as best we can, and look forward to the little time that we have left. All right, sounds good. Thank you. Any other questions, comments? Please call the roll.
Rasmussen.
Aye.
Specker.
Aye.
Tildenburn.
Aye.
Wendell.
Aye.
Avery.
Aye.
Doran.
Aye.
Niemeyer.
Aye. Item 9B, action on Resolution 24-115, a resolution awarding bids on Project 2024-04 STI, 12th Street South intersection, Main Avenue South signal, and sidewalk ramp reconstruction Charlie Richter, our city engineer, will present this item.
Good evening, council. I'm Charlie Richter, your city engineer. I'm here tonight requesting approval of Resolution 24-115 for the award of Project 2024-404 STI 12th Street South and Main South intersection signal and sidewalk ramp and reconstruction. I promised before with one of these projects I was going to make these project titles a little shorter, and I failed in that respect here, but this is a good project. This project will include replacement of aging traffic signals and non-compliant ramps at the intersection of 12th Street South and Main Avenue South. Bids for this project were opened on December 10th, where we received 2 bids. The lowest bidder is Big Al's Contracting, Inc. from Sioux Falls with a low bid of $489,068, which is 41% lower than the engineer's estimate, though within 2% of the next lowest bid. The lower price received reflects pricing communities around these Twin Cities would see rather than what we would anticipate seeing in this area. There are sufficient appropriations in the CIP fund for this project. Public Works recommends that Big Al's Contracting be awarded the contract for this project.
All right, thank you, Charlie. Entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Is there any public comment on this item? Council have any questions or comments? Council Member Specker.
So to the north and on the west side of this is still a TIF, right? I mean, this was going to be improved under that?
This project is not related to the TIF project. This is an intersection for a set of traffic signals and ramps that we had already decided to replace. This will connect eventually to any future TIF project along Main Avenue South. So we kind of set it up for that in anticipation of a possible project along Main Avenue South.
Okay, thanks.
Just to comment, the TIF project, I think, Bonnie, that you're thinking of, actually commits towards the trail on both sides, not so much the stoplights. And so this will help with that pedestrian safety, though.
Any questions, comments from council? Please call the roll.
Specker,
Aye.
Tiltonburn,
Aye.
Wendell,
Aye.
Avery,
Aye.
Doran,
Aye.
Niemeyer,
Aye.
Rasmussen.
Aye.
Okay, on to first readings. Introduction and first reading, item 10A. Introduction and first reading on ordinance 24-038, an ordinance to change the zoning within the city of Brookings. Mike Struck, our community development director, will present this item.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. The action before you tonight is a first reading on ordinance 24-038. Sorry. It's an ordinance to rezone a couple of lots kind of on the south end of the community near the location of 22nd Avenue South and 26th Street South. The official name of the applicant is Paralandra, but it's more commonly known around Brookings as the Bows. And so one of the family members associated with Bows is looking to build a house down in this particular area. The property is currently zoned to Ag, and they were proposing to rezone it to an R1A single-family district. It is surrounded by Ag property to the east, west, and south, and to the north is R3A, which is the Western Estates Mobile Home Park. The area is identified in our future land use map as a medium density residential area, which would support a rezoning to an R1A single family district. There is a portion of the property that is located within the floodplain, and the applicant has went through the floodplain development process. This does come to you as a unanimous recommendation from the Planning Commission, and the staff recommends approval, and I'd stand for any questions you may have.
Okay, since this is first reading, we can have comment and questions. Is there any public comment on this item? Council have any questions or comments? All right. Second readings and public hearings. Public hearing and action on Resolution 24-111. A resolution of intent to lease real property at Brookings Regional Airport to Madison Aircraft LLC and Dakota Jet Company. Lucas Dahl, our airport manager, will present this item.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. Lucas Dahl with the Brookings Regional Airport. Item 11A is a resolution of intent to lease real property at the Brookings Regional Airport to Madison Aircraft LLC and Dakota Jet Company. Approval of this resolution will authorize the city manager to execute a lease of approximately 4,096 square feet of airport property to Madison Aircraft and Dakota Jet Company. This area is commonly referred to as Site 209. Madison Aircraft, Chris Funk, built the hangar in 2014 and has leased the space since. Madison Aircraft and Dakota Jet Company currently leases the property, and their lease will terminate December 31st, 2024. They are currently in good standings with the current lease terms. The new lease is consistent with other airport leases, will have a lease term of 25 years with an initial rate per the city master's schedule of fees of 14 cents per square foot, which yields an annual revenue of approximately $573.44. The new lease also includes an annual adjustment of 2% per year, along with the ability to review the base rate every 5 years. The city attorney has reviewed the lease. Staff, along with the airport board, recommends approval. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Lucas. Entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Second.
Open public hearing on this item. Is there any comments from the public? Seeing none, public hearing closed. Does council have questions, comments on this item? All right, please call the roll.
Tilton Burn,
Aye.
Wendell,
Aye.
Avery,
Aye.
Doran,
Aye.
Niemeyer,
Aye.
Rasmussen,
Aye.
Specker.
Aye.
On to item 11B, public hearing and action on Resolution 24-114, a resolution to amend the 2040 Comprehensive Plan's future land use map. Mike Struck will also present this item.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. The action tonight before you on Resolution 24-114 is an amendment to the future land use map located within our comprehensive plan. I want to explain a little bit of how we got here this evening to provide a little bit of context. Within our comprehensive plan, some of the recommendations are to constantly evaluate the future land use designations to make sure that they are consistent with development patterns, trends, and some of the requests that we're foreseeing. And so we looked at it, we did a few months ago, we looked at the 20th Street South corridor because we had seen a lot of changes as a result of the interchange project being completed, and so we needed to make some adjustments there. And so we talked with the Planning Commission, and they kind of identified it as there's 4 areas we really wanted to look at. It was our 4 major corridors, 6th Street, 20th Street South, 22nd Avenue, and Main Avenue. We're on our second one of those in Main Avenue South is some of the areas that are being brought forward to you tonight. With the process, what we did with staff is we looked at some of the areas where we thought that the future land use designations weren't necessarily consistent with what we're seeing with development patterns. In some areas, it's a matter of just cleanup to take into account for existing. And we had those discussions with the Planning Commission to see, what their thoughts were, and as far as, how they wanted to proceed. And so they were on board with it. And so then we went to the process of we invited all the property owners that would be impacted by these changes. Now, keep in mind, it's a future land use map change. It is not a zoning change, but it is to set the future land use designations up to provide flexibility to the property owners if they are seeking a rezone in the future. And so we invited those property owners in to a public hearing at the Planning Commission, invited them into our office to have conversations with staff to better understand the proposals, and then we proceeded to the Planning Commission. And so, the items before you tonight, they do come with unanimous recommendation from the Planning Commission, and staff do support the modifications. To summarize, all of the future land use proposals that are being recommended tonight all are being changed to a medium-intensity land use. The medium intensity provides the most flexibility. It allows for both commercial and residential uses, and in discussions with property owners and the Planning Commission, they felt that flexibility was needed for property owners as they look at opportunities in the future. So if we wanted to start and go through each of the ones, the first one we kind of started at is the area of Main Avenue South and that 12th Street South area. And so there's a number of the properties are already built out, but when we started looking to the east, there was some residential high density, but they're surrounded by pretty much all commercial, and in particular B3 uses to the west. B3 is our heavy commercial district. And so we started looking at it as with that heavy commercial district, one, it's not really consistent with the current designation of urban low intensity, and two is it's maybe not the most compatible with high density residential, because your commercial is kind of it's your contractor shops area, some of your heavier commercial uses that have maybe outdoor storage or maintenance type equipment. And so when they looked at this particular area, they felt it was more appropriately to have a medium intensity use. It would be consistent with areas just to the north of here along Main Avenue that are also medium intensity uses. One of the things we were asked as we looked at some of the opportunities here is there's open space wetland that is designated in these future land uses. And so when that showed up in a particular proposed area for change, what we did is we looked at two things, the floodplain map and the National Wetlands Inventory, to see if either of those were existent in the proposed areas. And so in this particular area, I can say that floodplain map is non-existent. Those are the kind of the drainage areas that come through those. There's valley gutters and they're kind of man-made channels, but they do not show up on the floodplain map. And the actual National Wetlands Inventory, any wetlands that are in this area are outside of the area that are proposed changes. So there is no wetlands, even though it says open space wetland, there are no wetlands in that particular area. Moving on to the next area, we'll just continue to move on down south. The next proposed location is on the west side of 20th Street South. Part of this area is already built out. But we've seen some commercial uses in this area, and if we want to look at allowing some densities in this area for commercial uses, as well as providing opportunities for some potential multifamily housing, those would not be supported by the urban low intensity. And so we looked at that particular area and felt that it was more appropriate to have an urban medium intensity. And once again, we looked at the floodplain maps and the National Wetland Inventories. Technically, when you look at the National Wetland Inventory, it does show up as a wetland in the area, but it's the man-made pond that was created by us humans for storm drainage, and so it was manufactured. It's not a naturally occurring wetland. So once again, it was recommended that that be changed to an urban medium intensity. The next one is we continue to move south is a lot of us will know this as the Christie Farmstead, the residential with a little bit of medium density residential. Once again, this was one that we looked at, and we just felt that this needed some flexibility in this particular area, and it's proposed to be an urban medium intensity. Once again, no floodplains or wetlands in the vicinity. As we continue to move further south, we get south of 26th Street, and a lot of us will know this as the Taylor Fireworks area. There's a large space in here that's identified for open space wetland areas, and we're proposing that it be changed to an urban medium intensity. Once again, we looked at the floodplain. It's non-existent on this parcel. We looked at the National Wetlands Inventory. There are no wetlands on the parcel. There is a low area where drainage naturally occurs, but it's the two primary factors, the floodplains and the wetlands, are non-existent. So it's still a good developable piece of property, and they'll just have to look at, when it comes time for development, how do they manage the drainage that comes through so that it can naturally, or it can exit at its natural point to the south. We'll continue south. So this is to the intersection of 32nd Street South and Main Avenue South. This is basically, you look at that quadrant, and if the opportunity presents itself where some of the houses in the future were to change, and you look at kind of that intersection node development pattern, we have commercial opportunities to the north with urban medium intensity. Would it make sense that if the opportunity presented itself for redevelopment, this intersection would be prime for some commercial development, and thus the reason for the recommendation for urban medium intensity? Once again, no floodplain in this particular location, and there's no wetlands in this location. And we move a little bit further south into the east side of the road. You can see this is a combination of open space, wetland, and urban low intensity. The area just right next to it to the west went through a similar change to urban medium intensity as they were looking to do some commercial development down on that property. Likewise, this property here would lend itself for some commercial opportunities. There are no wetlands in the particular area, and when checking the National Wetlands Inventory, the wetlands are east of this proposed site, so we're comfortable recommending that this change occur to urban medium intensity to provide some flexibility for commercial or higher density residential development in the future. The next one is, as we continue down South Main Avenue, this one's on the west side. This is more of a cleanup. Looking at it, there's a lot of existing properties out there that are already commercial in nature, but our future land use identified it as residential. And we've seen requests down in this area. We just had a recent Perkins Storage and Transfer built their new facility down in this area. The zoning is all commercial with a B3 zoning designation, and so this is more of a cleanup, making sure our future land use map really matches up with what our zoning map says. And so the urban medium intensity would support the B3 zoning, which it currently is. Once again, there's no floodplain and no wetlands in the area. And I believe one of our last areas is really close to the S-curve location. And there are two future land use designations here, open space wetland and urban low intensity. And there is a little bit of medium density residential as well. And this was being proposed to be changed to an urban medium intensity. We have had conversations with the developer, and they're looking at a combination of various land uses down in this area. The urban medium intensity would support a mixture of commercial activity as well as residential area. Checking the floodplain, there is no floodplain in this particular area. There is a small wetland on the National Wetlands Inventory, kind of in the middle of that open wetland designation up there. And so even if this was changed to urban medium intensity, it's not a zoning change. They still have to go through the zoning process. But when they actually go through the development process, if they were to potentially impact that wetland in that area, they would have to work through the Army Corps of Engineers and work through a mitigation, and they would have to replace that wetland in a wetland mitigation bank. Really, it's what that particular area is referenced to is seasonally, it's kind of a low area, and so water does settle in that area, and sometimes on high water events, and then eventually will drain out or soak into the ground. So with those, that's the changes that are being recommended to you this evening, and I would stand for any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mike. Entertain a motion to approve.
I'll move.
Second.
Is there any public comment on this item? Council have any questions, comments? Councilmember Tilton Burn.
Thank you, Mayor. Mike, you had mentioned that there was a man-made pond in one area. Do you know the reason the pond was made? Was that to divert water? Was it made as a feature? Or what was the purpose behind that?
So ponds, I think it was, if you keep going up, no, that one right there, yep. So that's part of the Fox Run subdivision, and so it's part of their drainage plan. So there was a couple of culverts that ran under Main Avenue South, and when we expanded the roadway, the culverts were upsized. And then there was some coordination as far as seeing how the drainage came from that development, as well as partially the development to the east and where it naturally ran. And so there was a pond that was kind of used the natural drainage way, but it was maybe expanded to provide more capacity.
I just wanted to thank you for adding the wetland maps to this presentation. Thanks.
You're welcome.
All right. Any other comments, questions? Please call the roll.
Wendell,
Aye.
Avery,
Aye.
Doran,
Aye.
Niemeyer,
Aye.
Rasmussen,
Aye.
Specker,
Aye.
Tilton Burn.
Aye.
Okay, on to other business. Action on a preliminary plat of Lot 53E, 53F, and 53G of Sioux Village of Indian Hills Edition. Mike Struck will also present this item.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. The action before you tonight is approval of a preliminary plat in the Sioux Village of the Indian Hills Edition. The preliminary plat proposes to replat 3 lots, kind of located in that vicinity of Crystal Ridge Road and Trail Ridge Road. One of the proposed lots, I believe it's 53G, is existing kind of multifamily, and then 53E would be an undeveloped parcel, and then 53F is the little, it's about a 0.4 acre parcel up there at Crystal Ridge, Trail Ridge Road kind of intersection. As I mentioned, the one lot is already developed. It's just separating it out from the others. The 53F, kind of the larger one in the middle of the page overhead, that's undeveloped track, and it's proposed as some multifamily as it moves forward. It's unknown yet what is proposed to occur on the little 53F, but all of the lots would meet our subdivision regulations, and they're consistent with our zoning ordinance. This does come to you as a unanimous recommendation from the Planning Commission, and staff does support approval of the preliminary plat, and I'd stand for any questions you may have.
Thanks, Mike. Entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Second.
Is there any public comment on this item? Council have questions, comments? Please call the roll.
Avery,
Aye.
Doran,
Aye.
Niemeyer,
Aye.
Rasmussen,
Aye.
Specker,
Aye.
Tilton Burn,
Aye.
Wendell.
Aye.
Item 12B, action on Resolution 24-113, resolution transferring contingency funds to city departments. Ashley Wrench, our financial director, will present this item.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. This is Resolution 24-113, transferring contingency funds to city departments. This resolution will transfer city manager's contingency in the amount of $50,000 to the community service unit for additional payroll-related expenditures, as well as supplies and uniforms due to the evolution over the past year in taking over code enforcement, providing security and other police support functions, in addition to the traditional animal control duties. A previous transfer from the police department and community development budgets was made to account for specific costs associated with the growth attributable to those departments. However, additional contingency is needed due to the costs associated with staffing needs in this unit. Staff recommends approval of this resolution as presented, and with that, I'll stand by for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashley. Entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Public comment on this item? Council have questions, comments? Councilmember Duran.
Thank you, Mayor. Can I ask a clarifying question about what's all included in supplies? Not to put you on spot, but thanks for coming.
Good evening, everybody. So to answer the question about supplies, when you add a full-time employee in the community service unit, They carry equipment similar to police officers, so tasers, body cameras. It's not office supplies. This is equipment that they would be carrying out in the field that we didn't make allowances for and took over the position in April. So we had to acquire that equipment. Maybe supplies isn't the best, descriptor for it to outfit the new community service officer.
Sure. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions, comments? Please call the roll.
Doran.
Aye.
Niemeyer.
Aye.
Rasmussen.
Aye.
Specker.
Aye.
Tiltonburn.
Aye.
Wendell.
Aye.
Avery.
Aye.
Okay. Next thing on the agenda here is the last progress report of the year from our Assistant to the City Manager, Samantha Beckman.
Good evening. This is the December 2024 progress report. I did realize that I have a lot in here that has already been said tonight, so bear with me. The city has had a fun night at the Festival of Lights with activities on December 6th. We loved seeing so many people at the inaugural lighting of the mayor's holiday tree. It marked the beginning of a new holiday tradition for our community. Mayor Oak Niemeyer had help lighting the tree from a couple special people, his granddaughter Iris and Al Cruz, who has dedicated more than 4 decades of service to the city of Parks, or the city's Parks, Recreation, and Forestry Department. Following the tree lighting, the city of Brookings was well represented in the parade with 6 entries from various departments. Several employees and their family members joined together in the fun that evening. And a big thank you to Downtown Brookings for organizing the event for our community. The annual Mayor's Awards and Holiday Celebration event took place on December 4th at the Dakota Bank Center. Mayor Niemeyer, along with several of the city's volunteer boards and commissions, presented the 2024 Mayor's Awards to several honorees. Our very own Parks, Recreation, and Forestry Department received 2 awards this year: an Excellence in Restoration Award for the Historic Preservation, or from the Historic Preservation Commission, for the Pioneer Park bandshell restoration, and a Sustainability Council Award in recognition of all the department does to protect the city's natural resources and set a standard for sustainable practices within the community. Mark your calendars for next year's celebration on December 3rd. In the engineering division, maintenance of several ditches throughout the city is still ongoing with just a few locations left, and the pedestrian scramble project at Main Avenue and 3rd Street is still in progress as we wait for parts to be delivered. In the solid waste division, the solid waste master plan is in its implementation phase. The leachate force main design is progressing well. The engineers have completed the 95% design plans, and we're still on track for a groundbreaking in spring of '25. The parking lot pavement at the landfill has been completed, and an operational gap analysis to tell us where we can become more efficient is expected to be done in early 2025. 2 collections trucks with the recycling awareness messaging have been wrapped, and work has started on the landfill equipment storage building, and that is also expected to be completed by the end of the year. As we close out the year, we just wanted to remind everybody of our new Holiday Lights recycling program. If you have lights that no longer work, please drop them along with other tanglers such as garland and extension cords in one of our holiday light recycling bins that can be found at Brookings Municipal Utilities, the Brookings Public Library, and the Brookings Regional Landfill, the City County Building, Lewis, and Lowe's. Another holiday reminder, we have curbside pickup of holiday trees that will happen on Wednesday, January 8th. So be sure to have your trees curbside by 7 a.m. for pickup. The Brookings Police Department unveiled their new shield crafted by Smith & Warren, reflecting our continued commitment to excellence and service to our community. The shield ceremony was held on Thursday, November 21st for all sworn officers and their family. Recently, several staff and SDC students have had the opportunity to participate in ride-alongs. Ride-alongs with patrol officers continue to provide unique and firsthand experience to participants to gain insight into the daily responsibilities and challenges faced by officers. The City of Brookings also recently transitioned its code enforcement work from community development to the Brookings Police Department. This allows the community development's building service division staff to focus their knowledge and expertise on building-related issues. In exchange, the police department's community service officers have expanded their community policing efforts to include non-building nuisances. The police department has also been very active in community engagement this month. Programs like Breakfast with Badges, Coffee with Cops, and Educator for a Day are all excellent initiatives to foster that relationship between law enforcement and the community. Officers also assisted in the Festival of Lights Parade on December 6th. This month, the Parks, Recreation, and Forestry crews have been busy with decorating that holiday tree for the lighting on December 6th. Crews are also finishing the ash removals along the tree line at the golf course where they had 1,500 trees removed. And staff will be working on the tree line near McClemens Park next, and residents have been notified in advance. The Larson Ice Center hosted a hockey tournament this last weekend and have also received a new wall and door at the base of a set of stairs, as well as new epoxy on that staircase. The department has also entered into a partnership with Brookings Figure Skating Club for the Brookings Skating Academy program to better meet the needs of our community. The library's window replacement project is finished, and the Amoresco lighting upgrades are expected to begin January 7th. And at the Dakota Bank Center, they will be hosting 8 events in December, highlights including the Chamber Egg Appreciation Banquet, Mayor's Awards and Holiday Party, and Mistletoe Mayhem. Their LED lighting upgrades at the facility will continue in the parking lot, administrative offices, and conference space. And the arena lighting upgrades will be scheduled in early 2025, and I will stand by for questions.
Thank you, Samantha. Anybody got questions, comments? Councilmember Tilton Burn.
Thank you, Mayor. When it comes to the skating academy, will skate rentals be available for that? Or do folks need to bring their own skates?
That is a great question. Paul, do you happen to know that?
I do not know, but what we could do is ask Kristen, and we can follow back up with council on that and the public.
Great, thank you.
Councilmember Duran.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to express my appreciation to the Parks, Recreation, and Forestry Department for implementing the holiday tree lighting. That was a really fantastic event to start in our community, and it was really cool to attend that and see a lot of young families just taking holiday photos in front of the tree and just having a very positive event in the community. So I want to thank the department for putting that on.
Okay. I don't know if any of the rest of you have noticed it, but there's quite a few pictures that are showing a pretty good-sized elf in here. And very impressive that staff would go that far to get big time involved. And so I've got reach out a little bit to Park and Rec and thank them a lot for what they've done and with this tree, with some of the work that they've done throughout the city with our decorations. It's pretty cool. All right. With that being said, thank you, Samantha. Our next stated meeting is January 14th. We'll be talking about golf car lease, a couple actions, first readings on initiatives from the Sustainability Council, and a second reading on that zoning edition. Okay, and then we will go into executive session. Enter an executive session pursuant to 1-25-2.1 for the purpose of discussing the qualifications, competence, performance, character, or fitness of any public officer or employee or prospective public employee or a prospective public officer or employee. The term employee does not include an independent contractor. I entertain a motion to enter into executive session.
So moved.
All those in favor say aye.
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 We are in executive session.
Thanks, Jim, for coming.
here I am, I'm the coach, these guys know basketball, I know I play, but I mean, they know the, of course, you know, those girls when they're like 10 years old and they're playing organized basketball. You know what that is, that's chaos. Yeah.
Okay, we are out of executive session, and we are talking about city manager's compensation. And I am going to make a motion that city manager base compensation will be changed from his current salary to $202,217. The rest of the details of his contract will stay the same. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right. Any public discussion? Seeing no public discussion, council have any questions, comments? Councilmember Wendell.
Thank you, Mayor. I would guess for some, you're probably recognizing that this is an increase, and perhaps a sizable increase by some estimation. And so I just wanted to note that part of the reason we're taking this action at 10:10 p.m. is because we contemplated this decision considerably and had really thorough conversation around what would be an appropriate movement. One thing we've recognized is pretty considerable movement in city manager compensation in the state. And so we, of course, are trying to remain competitive. We're a progressive community with a lot happening, which means that we need a dynamic city manager that can keep pace. And so that's why we moved to the top end of this range, because this is a compensation level in the field that's shifting pretty quickly. And so we were very thoughtful about that and arrived at this number after a lot of consideration.
Any other comments? Councilmember Tilton Burn.
Thank you, Mayor. I would just echo some of those sentiments that in our deliberation, we did evaluate various data points from other communities that are similar size and within the state. And in reviewing that data, we definitely noticed that there's probably a need to do a little bit more investigating on our ranges for our city manager position. And so I think that's part of the reason why we arrived at this number here. We recognize that the current range that we're in is perhaps not as competitive within the local market as we would hope it to be, and perhaps not representative of the quality of the employees that we have on our staff. And so in order to begin the process of bringing us up into that comparable range that we would like to be in, and in the competitive range that we would like to be in, and in a range that is reflective of the hard work that our city staff members put into their work, that's part of the reason we arrived at this number here.
All right. Councilmember Duran.
Thank you, Mayor. I echo the thoughts of my fellow council members. I just wanted to take a moment to thank Paul for his work. When you listen to the mayor speak about the state of the city and you listen to all the work that was done, yes, the city council, we set the vision and we really work with Paul to figure out how to execute that vision. And so that the execution of the work really lies with Paul and his team. And I know as council members and me personally, we've seen Paul create a very positive work culture that makes people want to come to their jobs every day and do the hard work that they do. He puts in an immense amount of hours and he brings an incomparable passion to this job. So I appreciate the thoughtfulness and mindfulness of arriving to this number. And I just wanted to put a spotlight on Paul for all of the work that he does and really express my appreciation for it.
I guess the only other comments I'd make too is this is compensation for future things that Paul will be doing, but we've also are acknowledging what he accomplished in this last year that was over and above what was expected. The agreement with Solventum, Paul was instrumental in getting that completed. The marketplace has come to fruition where we're almost there. And things should have happened today. Hopefully we can announce things later on this week. We've got a couple other industries in town that are looking at future expansion. Paul's been involved in that. He's been doing a lot of things. He's wore more than just a city manager's hat in the last year. And I want to acknowledge that Paul and his leadership team has gone over and above what is expected of their positions this last year, I should say. That being said, please call the roll.
Niemeyer.
Aye.
Rasmussen.
Aye.
Specker.
Aye.
Tiltonburn.
Aye.
Wendell.
Aye.
Avery.
Aye.
Dorn.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes. I think Councilmember Tilton Burn would like to add something to a future agenda.
Yes, so similar to what we just discussed, I think that looking at the way compensation has adjusted over the past year as it relates to the city manager role, I think it really indicated to us that the range that we currently have for that position is perhaps not as competitive as we would like it to be and not in line with where salaries should be for a community our size. And so I would like to suggest that at our next council meeting, we have an item on the agenda to discuss conducting a salary analysis for city staff members in 2025.
I will second that as a statement of the motion. Is there any other city council discussion on this item? Please call the roll.
Rasmussen.
Aye.
Specker.
Aye.
Tildenburn.
Aye.
Wendell.
Aye.
Avery.
Aye.
Doran.
Aye.
Niemeyer.
Aye. Any other future discussions or items on future agendas that we need to have? Entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion adjourned.